All right, we should be going. Check my audio levels. Good. Music on. All right, so actually let me start on something else. So what we did yesterday, what I did yesterday, was set this up. This is actually, these are kind of older versions that I'm still flipping between. Version. Yeah, I'm not sure which one I like better. I've been kind of debating on the name here, like how thick the font should be. Do I like this little dot? What do I want to do for a logo? Talked a little bit yesterday about how I do like the balloon as a concept of a logo, but the string is really an issue. This one kind of deals with it a little bit because the string is short, but yeah, I got to figure that out today. And so, I mean, yeah, this looks okay. There's some stuff here. Not great. So I don't know. I'm gonna work through all this today. Try to get this to a better state. I want to refine the dark mode a little bit. And the light. I mean, I want to refine everything. So yeah, I don't have much to say about this. There's a million things I want to do to make this better, and it's gonna be just going through each one by one. Tokens refresh in 3 hours or so, so it'd be nice to kind of make as much progress as I can in that time. Another thing is that when I've been doing this and having it kind of do this quickly, it's really been making these big files, and then it literally can't even read the file anymore because the file gets too big because it throws all the styles and everything together. The last thing I did last night was to have it split these out into smaller components. But even within the components, it's still keeping all the styles with the components. This one's not too bad, but this one, for example, has tons of styles. I don't know if that's really better or not, because at least when all the styles are in there, then it's going to read it when it reads the component. Otherwise, it might just skip reading the styles until it tries to. So we'll go from here. Yeah. I want to refine the mobile version too. For the mobile version, there's just some weird behavior and stuff. We have like your profile image here, and then also profile down here. This one, they both take you to your profile. Search is okay. Messages doesn't do anything. Yeah, I really want to flesh all of this out. Once all this is fleshed out, then I can start to pare back what are the actual initial features going to be, because this is already pretty huge. Like, messages is something I'm not 100% sure I would want to do in an initial version. It's a lot of work for moderate benefit, and I personally don't like getting messaged by a bunch of different messaging platforms. So I'll think about this. This is obviously not going to scale. What's going to happen when you have 30 groups that you're in? Another thing with this is that my entire premise with this is to have kind of like small close-knit groups more so than large groups. I think large groups to some degree are already served by Discord and Reddit. Not that I don't want to support large groups at all, but this is really tuned more for like people you actually know and want to keep in contact with, not huge groups of people that are kind of semi-anonymous. So yeah, we'll make some progress here. I'm gonna try to speak up. I'm probably speaking too fast still. I was watching back the video yesterday and it seemed like I was mumbling too much, speaking too fast, so I'm gonna try to do a better job there. I'm feeling a little bit better too, so that should help. All right, well, let's get started. what is the first thing I want to do? So one thing I was thinking about last night, I do like the orange as the primary color. I like it on this theme. I'm not a huge fan of it in the dark mode because it looks more like a brown, just because of the surrounding colors. I don't like this, really, but maybe I would want to use this on a different page. I'm not a huge fan of the posts here, how they're all a single section. This should just kind of be infinitely scrollable. I'll show you all the posts from all the groups that you're in. I think it should probably have the photos and stuff, just like any normal feed would. I don't know about Discover. Again, I'm more focused on smaller groups that you actually know the people, not finding huge groups. But another thing I got to think about here is that it would be nice to do some sort of location-based thing. Let's see. Yeah, add that to my notes. I don't forget this stuff. This. So no, are you kidding me? Apple Notes. So happy groups ideas. Location based group church. Requires ability to set a general area for a group. Okay. Now. I want to do the logo first. I do like the thicker font. I like this font. This is a little bit less weight than this, I think. It's probably 100 less. This one's probably like 700 and that one's probably 800, maybe. Maybe they're the same. I don't know what to do about logos. I tried to have it make some logos yesterday. I don't know if I have that open. I don't think I have it open. I'm kind of okay with the balloon. Let's see if Gemini can do it today. We're trying to do a balloon logo for our happy app. The app is designed to be playful, fun, could you use Anna to create a set of possible balloon variation? Let's see. Not had a lot of success with Gemini. Banana. I think there's a word for this, a treatment. No, that's not what I meant. Not bad though. There's a name for this color. Oh, that's good. I like this. Huh. Could you give me more variations, treatments? 1, 4, 5? Did you 4 more variations of 4 where yeah, use banana. AGI. Want this one. Let's do it ourselves. This. Oh. Where's crop? Tools. Just have to highlight it. Crop. Nope. Okay. Now I gotta select. Can't select the thickness here. Definitely not how you should do it. How would I add transparent to this? Save as. Too many things open. Screenshots. Happy. Wrong click. Happy groups. Public. Front end design. Take a look at happy balloon. You remove the white so that the background is transparent. And did we use this? The logo, favicon, as well as next the happy groups. Better. Who knows? Do not think it's gonna be able to do that. These are the same.
I created a new SVG version of the hand-drawn balloon logo, added a compact SVG favicon, and edited the header TypeScript component to display the logo next to happy groups. I explained that the SVG format gives a transparent background automatically, and suggested using an image editor or ImageMagick if a transparent PNG version is still required. Permission requested. Command to remove white background from PNG image. Permission requested. Command to check ImageMagick installation. Permission requested. Command to check if Python Pillow is installed. I recommended using ImageMagick with a one-liner to make the white background transparent, noting that Pillow would require writing a small Python script to iterate through pixels, and I offered to install ImageMagick for you. Permission requested. Command to remove white background from PNG image. Permission requested. Command to remove white background from PNG image. I removed the white background from the Happy Balloon logo PNG using ImageMagick, then edited the header TypeScript component to replace the SVG with the PNG, and finally updated the index HTML to use the PNG as the favicon. I edited the header TypeScript file and changed the logo icon style so that the height is set to 26 pixels and the width is set to auto, allowing the image to preserve its natural aspect ratio. Permission requested. Command to create square favicon with transparent padding. I used ImageMagick to generate a square favicon, PNG with the balloons centered and transparent padding, and I edited the index HTML to replace the icon link with the new permission requested. Command to create 32x32 square favicon with balloons centered. I used ImageMagick to resize the balloon image so it fits within a 32 by 32 pixel square, then centered it with transparent padding to create a 32 by 32 favicon.
I'm okay with that. It just makes me think this dot is too too defined. Okay. Maybe increasing the transparency of that dot is the way to go. Lowering the saturation. Lower the saturation a little bit. Can you lower the saturation of the dot? And
I edited the theme TypeScript file and replaced every instance of the accent color from Occulch 0, 72.0.1838 to Occulch 0, 72.0.1638, updating the dot, accent gradient, shadows, and accent backgrounds consistently.
there's no way to make this darker without. Posts. Yes. Tackle the biggest things first. Stop doing this, Mac OS. This. Look at what? You can see we have a color for each group, and those colors need the text in dark mode to not be visible. What are this handling? Slash.
Permission requested. Read screenshot file. I explained that the colored group names in the left sidebar have poor contrast against the dark background and outlined 5 possible solutions, such as lightening the colors, using the color as an accent, adaptive contrast calculation, dual color palettes, and colored backgrounds with dark text. I recommended using the color as an accent with a colored dot and white text as the most robust and accessible option.
I'm saying
I asked which approach you would like me to implement.
it's a light blue pastel background color when it's selected, as well as in the header of the group. This light blue pastel background makes the default white text dark mode unreadable when as well as
I explained that the light pastel background makes the white and gray text hard to read and described 4 possible approaches, recommending that we invert the color treatment in dark mode to keep the group's color identity while ensuring readability. I asked if I should look at the code to implement this change.
go ahead and implement this. But one thing I also noticed that all of data use text color codes instead. We generally want this type of I don't know how I feel about the like rounded corners of all the photos too. Trying to match this because this would look weird to have these rounded corners and then to make this burn through these tokens. Rearranging my desktops. I'm gonna change all these examples to be more like what I actually want to see. So it would be like a family group, a friend group, maybe a couple friend groups. Color variant. Color. Yeah. Logo in the title here. Trying to see how I feel about this. Something off to me about the text here. Maybe I need a different font. Clear. App design. Take a look at screenshots. PNG. Create different fonts, font sizes, weights. I want the logo to be fun, friendly. Friendly.
Permission requested. Read screenshot file.
Plugging away. Now I actually wonder, am I gonna get reset on both? Yeah, annoying. The current session doesn't reset when all models. Fucking annoying. Nice. We are gonna run out of content. This is much better, at least.
I created the typography exploration page at app/happygroups/public/logo typography exploration. HTML, which presents 4 top font recommendations, weight variations for Figtree, a comparison of 8 font families paired with a balloon icon, size scaling from 14 pixels to 44 pixels, and side-by-side matchups of geometric versus rounded, soft versus modern, and playful versus clean styles. Opening the HTML file in a browser lets you review all the options.
I see with the logo. It's crazy how much code there already is and how I'm like hitting compaction limits already. And it's just getting started. Like there's a decent amount of pages here, but it's not crazy at all. Next thing is gonna be to fix stuff. Like
Permission requested. Command to run TypeScript type checking on Happy Groups app. Permission requested. Run TypeScript type checking via PNPM on the Kiwi Research Project. I updated the logo typography exploration, HTML, to replace the inline SVGs with the Happy Balloon logo PNG. And the page now displays top font recommendations, weight variations, a font family comparison, size options from 14 pixels to 44 pixels, and side-by-side style comparisons. I noted that you can open the file at app/happygroups/public/logo typography exploration, HTML, in a browser to view all the options with the actual balloon logo. Permission requested. Run TypeScript type checking again.
there. I wanted to give me some controls to increase or decrease the chroma and luminance. So, whatever. Yep. I wanted to give me some controls to turn it all up a little bit or turn it all down a little bit so I can see how that feels. Can you give me some settings to control all?
I ran TypeScript type checking, edited the colors TypeScript file to add green, purple, and blue aliases, reran the type check, updated the to-do list, built the Happy Groups app, and confirmed the build succeeded. I explained that the new color variants are integrated into the getColor4theme function and applied across components such as group page TypeScript JSX, feed page TypeScript JSX, event-detail page TypeScript JSX, post-detail page TypeScript JSX, profile page TypeScript JSX, and others, providing pastel backgrounds in light mode and rich saturated backgrounds in dark mode.
Not necessary. Those more things like the avatar background. Let's take. Nice. What did it? Top recommendation. One's the best. The ones I likes. Don't mind that one. No. Families. No. 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 Yeah, I like and Quicksand. Can you Yeah, a new expiration of probably quick. Let's see. That'd be awesome if it made this a component. Like I could, on the page, I could set it. That'd be really. I was just expecting to change this in code.
Permission requested. Command to run TypeScript type checking.
Did. Didn't seem to work.
I updated the exploration page with a deep dive into the Fredoka and Quicksand fonts, adding large showcase cards for each, weight variations from light to bold, letter spacing options, dot size options, size scales at 14, 18, 24, 32, and 48 pixels, and a side-by-side head-to-head comparison. And I saved the changes to the HTML file at app/happygroups/public/logo typography exploration. HTML. Permission requested. Run TypeScript type checking command.
It works. Know what I want. Relax. Let's see, what's my favorite here? I think I like Quicksand better. Fredoka, for some reason, just seems harder to me to read. It's tight. I guess this is normal. I don't like extra wide. I don't like wide. I don't like any other wides. I don't like tight. Tight is okay here. The normal is. Maybe not. I'm looking at this. I like Fredoka light, Quicksand. What I like about the Quicksand one is that it's all round. Whereas here the Y, not round. Everything else is good. What's the main difference? These are more bubbly. This U, round. They're both good. This one's just fully round, and this one has a few
Permission requested.
less round.
Command to run TypeScript type checking and build.
Nice.
The right sidebar TypeScript JSX and search modal TypeScript JSX files. I edited the HTML file to replace the script and style sections, adding a dark light mode toggle that appears in the top right corner with sun and moon icons, and stores the user's preference in local storage. I also implemented smooth transitions for background, card, text, border, coral accent colors, and shadows, using warm, slightly brownish dark tones that complement the coral palette.
I need to see Fredoka 400 and Quicksand. So wide. Front end design. Now, can you add more options? Color selector, like table. Colors, story. Quickly change the. Clear, light, and dark. Probably be. What about the dark? Show the color. Oh shit, he kept the other treatment. Oh. They're gone now.
I edited the HTML file for the logo typography exploration page.
Hey, do I immediately
replacing
like
the
one
original
better?
Hero Showcase section with a new The Two Pairings section that highlights Fredoka 400 versus Quicksand 600 and Fredoka 500 versus Quicksand 700, including side-by-side size comparisons at 18 pixels, 24 pixels, 32 pixels, 42 pixels, and a large format view at 48 pixels. I also added dot size examples, small at 0.3 m, medium at 0.4 m, and large at 0.5 m, at 28 pixels, and removed all wide letter spacing variations. I edited the layout TypeScript JSX file to import the adjusted theme hook and pass a header BG prop to the header component. Then updated the header TypeScript JSX file's props interface and style to accept and use that header BG value. And I ran the build twice, both times succeeding. I I also explained that the new color settings panel now includes light-dark mode tabs, accent color sliders, expandable background color overrides for page, card, and header sections, visual swatches with custom badges, reset buttons, and that all settings persist in local storage and are applied globally via the use-adjusted color hook.
All right, Quicksand 600. And Delete.
I examined the theme file and font imports, confirmed Quicksand was already loaded, and then edited the header TypeScript file to change the logo wordmark to use Quicksand with a font weight of 600 and a letter spacing of -0.1 rem.
The card background is applying content. So, I'm pretty happy with this font. Now what? I want to fix all of these animations. I don't like the hover. But first, maybe I'll use this. So right now, the card background isn't affecting the homepage. Now it is. So this is all working now. I'd like to get this a bit more dialed. Not a fan of the header. Page background's 2500. Make this 25, that'll be this.
I edited post-detail page TypeScript JSX and event-detail page TypeScript JSX to replace direct imports of light theme and dark theme with the use-adjusted color hook. And I also updated feed page TypeScript JSX, profile page TypeScript JSX, events view TypeScript JSX, chat view TypeScript JSX, photos view TypeScript JSX, and posts index TypeScript JSX to use
Much
the
light in
adjusted
my
themes
room.
card background
Shining
properly.
off the screen.
I rebuilt the project with PNPM build, which succeeded, and confirmed that changing the card background color in the settings panel now applies to post cards, event cards, chat containers, profile page cards, comment sections, and other panels. With the settings panel now offering light mode, dark mode tabs, accent color sliders, and expandable controls for page background, card background, and header background.
Yeah, so if I wanted to give them a little bit of color, I could. If I make them a little bit cool, that would help. That would help get away from the kind of brown tone I feel like is going on here. Maybe I should do this for the background, actually. So the thing that's happening is that because there's so much orange here, and the orange is leaning brown, it's making the whole page look brown. I like all this, for the most part. Just really not a fan of the dark. Why does stuff shift around? Dark mode. I don't know what it did. Do I want these to be more saturated, less saturated? Less saturated? Lighter? I like that. Brighter? Yeah, this is still totally illegible. I like that. Balance. Hmm. Creation. Oh. The less saturation means all the colors are closer to you. That's pretty good. Now I gotta think about the blue. If I want any. My friend said because I like Quicksand better. Now, I would have to go for a blue. I want it to look less brown. 243. Let me do it on the background too. Now everything should be a little bit cool. Now I wonder if the header should be different. I don't like this. Yeah, this all just has, instead of being pure gray, I like this. You don't have the super saturated colors now, so these look much closer to the original pastels. When we switch to dark mode, this just becomes a super saturated color. And now it's much closer to what it was before. It's still a pastel-y color, which is nice. It's maybe not like technically the most readable having white on this lighter color, but I can still read it fine. Okay. Let me have it incorporate the. Then you apply these modifications, the default background, dark theme, lightness plus lightness. Yeah. Do it this way. Accent colors, L plus 0.1, C minus 0.04. Page background, L, C. the background. Yeah. Sure. L 0.25. I think this is H2. Great. All right. Yeah, this looks much better than it looked like yesterday. Got a little bit of work to do. Thing about the orange here though. Too light? Not saturated enough, I think. There we go. 5, 2. Make it a little bit less light or more light. 7, 2. Let's try 6. Let's try it.
I edited the TypeScript theme file to replace the neutral
That's
dark gray
better.
surfaces with a cool dark blue-gray hue, updating the header, card, overlay, and drawer background colors. And I modified the TypeScript JSX color settings context to adjust the default accent settings for dark mode. I then
0.72.
built the project with PNPM to verify the changes. The new default accent adjustments are a lightness increase of 0.1, a chroma decrease of 0.04, and no hue shift.
Nope, not what I wanted. That. Now we've got a brighter orange. Dark mode. But the accent color is the same between dark and light. Okay. Yeah. The accent color should not be the same between light and dark mode. Make it a little bit brighter in dark mode. Ops. What's next? Each one of these things needs work. What's going to be the biggest thing? Dark theme. And takes so long to modify these files. Should be Dark mode. Light mode.
I edited the TypeScript theme file to adjust the light and
Let's
dark
just see
theme
what.
accent colors and related derived colors, updating comments, accent background values,
Okay.
hero patterns, and gradient definitions. I then ran the pnpm build command to verify the changes, confirming that the accent color now differs between light and dark modes with updated gradients and shadows.
Okay with it. All right. What are we gonna? I want to update the groups to be more what I would actually expect. I think first it'd be nice to add keyboard shortcut. Clear front end design at app happy group. Could we add some more keyboard? I don't know. That's. What do you think would be good? We have Command K for opening. Music stopped.
I examined the sidebar TypeScript, color settings panel TypeScript, and groups data files to understand the app's navigation and group structure. I explained the current K/control plus K search shortcut and recommended several high-value shortcuts such as, for help, T for theme toggle, N for new post, G sequences for navigation, for color settings, and bracket keys for tab switching. Would you like me to implement some or all of these?
So it wants to do G, then 1 through 5 to navigate. I don't know about all of it. Go ahead and clear this. I wonder what Fredoka would look like. Now this font is reminding me of like Build-A-Bear. Both of these. I guess they don't even use Ugly font. That's what it reminds me of. Okay. Yep. Good. Hey, quick. Can we do something about the test data in app happy groups? Right now, most of the groups don't feel real. I'd like to come up with some groups that might actually exist. Some things like whole family groups. Yeah, this is one of the things I thought about too. Is what do you do when you have overlapping groups? Can you cross-post across groups? That would be the thing to do. Can you merge groups? No. Because you can imagine if you had two family groups. Like, you have your family, and maybe you want to have a group for your family. But then maybe you have like a group for each side of your family, for your mother's family and your father's family. And those are separate. But then each of those people has their own little family group for their sort of immediate family. Groups for each side of your family. And then a group for local pickup basketball. And a group for something you're interested in. And then maybe a larger group for something members. And then you'd have your family groups, maybe like a local sports group, a larger group, and then a couple friend groups. This is interesting because the name of the group, like you want to create your own group. So Google Plus had circles, right? And you would create your own circles and then you would choose who you shared with in those circles. But those circles weren't really a public thing. I guess like you could see them on someone's page maybe. I guess there's two approaches for that. One where you create your own sort of private groups that you share stuff with. And then the other person could maybe organize content from you into whatever groups they wanted to. A lot of work though, for every user. And then the other approach is more like a Discord or a Reddit, where there's just a group that exists and you join it, and you can't really say why that group matters to you. You just get it all however it comes. I'm just thinking about friend groups, right? Like, I have in my own set of groups that would be different from the people who would be in those groups would have their own set of groups. And they would have you in a different set of groups to them. So like maybe you would put someone in your close friend group, but they would not put you in their close friend group. So if you just have like someone else define the group and they say, hey, this is a close friend group, like that may not actually be your close friend group, even though you're in it. Interesting. So weird because like I want to be able to define my own groups, put people in them however I want, and then I want content from them be in those. So like right now I'm in like a group chat with my family, but I don't want notifications from that. But there's just too much going on there. But yeah, I don't want to have to like for each person figure out which groups to put them in to decide like if I get notifications from them or not. In my head, there's basically like you either broadcast a message to the group and it goes to everyone in the group, and the group is kind of the owner of the message. So if you were ever to get kicked out of the group or anything like that, the message would stay with the group. And the other way I think about it is that you would create your own groups of people and you choose, and when you send a message out to that group, you're individually sending it out to all those people because you are the owner and creator of every group, which is a little bit more like how Google Circles works, or like sort of the Facebook, Instagram privacy control. Let me have it. The weird thing is if you do that, sort of like I create my own groups and send stuff out to the world, then you'll have a post and potentially people are responding to something and the other people can't see those people's comments or what you're responding to because you have like some random collection of people that don't even know who each other are commenting on something. And they may have different privacy controls over who can see their messages because they only sent the message to you. They didn't send it to the whole world necessarily. All right. Can you give me an outline of what you think would be reasonable? These are all just fun groups, so we can make fun group names, usernames, messages. Imaginative. That's
I used the glob tool to list files and read the TypeScript and JSON files in the app/happygroups/src directory. Then I explained a realistic group structure with family, sports, interest, and friend groups, including names, member counts, and typical chat topics. I asked whether to keep the current user as you or give them a specific persona, what vibe the main character should have, and whether the current user should be in all 9 groups.
the main character. Pretty funny. Be a really funny theme to do for an app. Like have the user always be the main character. They're logged in. And structure the whole app around that theme. So think 4 family groups. 1 for your immediate family, mom, dad, siblings. Sounds good. Extended family on mom's side, extended family on dad's side, in-laws, partners, family. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. So the in-laws family, I guess you add them to that, but then they're gonna be like, they're gonna have their own versions of all these. And it feels like if you have that, then things kind of get out of hand where you're in like 20 groups. Maybe if you design the UI well enough, you can deal with that aspect. Like it's fine to be in a group. If you don't see it, it doesn't really clog up the interface, and then every once in a while you just get a message from that group. I send someone this. This one. Good question. How did you come up with the Chen family?
I explained that I invented the name as a fictional placeholder for the test data because it's a common surname that fits a hypothetical partner's family. I offered to change it, skip the in-laws group, or use a different fictional family name if you prefer.
The Denver Board Game Society. Elite 412 Survivor. College roommate. The Brunch Bunch. Yeah, see, one thing I don't like about this is like, let's say you join that group of college roommates or whatever. You may not want to be in the group anymore, and maybe someone's annoying and they keep posting in it. You would feel bad to leave the group. It's like the same thing with Facebook, where people don't want to remove friends, even though they're not really friends anymore. And that's kind of the problem with the proliferation of groups. One way to deal with that would be to default everyone to be removed from groups after some period of time, like unless you explicitly check something saying you don't want to be removed from this group after any period of time. But that way, like if you don't comment or anything on a group, then you would just be removed from it. And that would be the expectation from people. I like that. It gives people like a way to get out of a group without feeling like they're being mean or anything. Yeah. I gotta add that down to the list of ideas. Defaults do automatically leading group after X time unless you explicitly choose to stay in group permanently. Yeah. The Brunch Bunch. Friend group that does brunches. I'm empty. Work escape committee. Let's do a make the main character a with a family and close friends and a few. The main idea is that we want these to be we want to support close groups of people to share people sharing content with each other about themselves. We also want to support large groups. That's not the entire idea. These should be your skill that you interact with. Yeah. Gotta stop saying it. Famous fictional characters. What would be a fun fictional character? Oops, I did. Superman, Mickey Mouse. Ah, we can't do Mickey Mouse. Well, definitely. I will not. No. Can you use Mickey Mouse? If you draw a mouse and call it Mickey, you might have a problem.
Which vibe appeals to you, or want me to riff on a different character? Frankenstein. She's died. Hang on, Miss Wood. Created a detailed character profile for Frankenstein, outlining his age, job at Prometheus Technologies, family life with Bree and their son Boris, and his quirky habits and preferences. I described 8 distinct groups he belongs to: family, friends, work colleagues, neighbors, and hobby clubs, detailing the members, dynamics, and typical activities for each. I also provided a concise summary, noting the small, intimate size of the groups and the blend of monster and normal world interactions.
First, document, plan, create tasks, and then we'll The next thing to do is going to
I
be
explained
to
a multi-phase implementation plan that updates the current user to Frankenstein, creates roughly 25 new user profiles organized into 8 groups, and replaces the 5 existing groups with new definitions in the group's TypeScript file. I also outlined adding 8 new group data TypeScript files, each containing posts, events, photos, and chat, removing 5 old data files, updating the data index, and adjusting DM chats to be from Frank's perspective.
next thing is to do mobile. Because when I send this to people, I need mobile to look. And then I want to fix these popping up. Place all the data. Is the deal? Do mobile. Sure. So funny. The private messages. That's the other thing. Implement. I see. It made these values the default instead of changing the, the default values. Really? But it's fine for now.
Permission requested. Command to type check the Happy Groups app. I ran the type check for the Happy Groups app, grepped for the lion emoji, read several TypeScript JSX and TypeScript files, replaced the lion emoji with a zombie emoji in header TypeScript JSX, post detail page TypeScript JSX, and group page TypeScript JSX, updated the user lookup function in users TypeScript, performed a final type check, and recorded the completed to-dos. I also added a new test, user Frankenstein, a 234-year-old IT professional, created 8 themed groups with corresponding TypeScript files, updated exports in index TypeScript, and removed 5 obsolete group files.
So now we have Frankenstein-themed posts, which is funny. This just makes it more fun to work on while we go to type all this stuff out. Whomever keeps moving my garden gnomes into suggestive positions, I see you. I know it's you. Teenagers on Elm Street. They have names and they have feelings. Okay. So we did that. I do that. Bye. Convert video to. I'm gonna have to load my videos into the. Okay, what are my tasks? Finding the UI, that's, I mean, basically. I need to do the mobile UI. want to make the mobile UI good. This. I asked it about these keyboard shortcuts. I'm not sure how I feel about it together. Clear. Front-end design. Right now, it seems like we have a groups button, as well as the groups show up in. I wonder if we could avoid a side. The other thing is that we have the profile, the user profile in the top right. Look about the mobile view. We have the user profile in the top right, but then we also have a profile button at the bottom. We have groups button on the bottom, but it just opens side. Maybe we should have this page. At the same time though, I feel like we should funnel most users through search if they are trying to get to some group. I guess benefit would be that you can see all your groups, which would be modal. Okay. What do you think? Groups. So basically, I asked it to get rid of this sidebar. The sidebars aren't really going to scale well anyways, because once you have a lot of
I
groups,
explained the existing mobile navigation layout, pointed out redundancies such as duplicate profile access, and the drawer being opened by both the hamburger icon and the Groups tab, and presented 3 redesign options. Search first without a sidebar, a dedicated Groups page, and a hybrid of both, recommending a Groups page or hybrid approach while suggesting the removal of the avatar from the header and the hamburger menu on mobile.
your group section could live on the home feed page. Groups page instead of drawer. Groups deserve their own dedicated page. Every tab is more meaningful. Your groups has a proper home. One more page to build, slightly more tabs to hybrid search plus groups page. Home bar home. Why not home, groups, messages, profile, and then keep the search button. Well, I guess the search button you might want to get to. because you really want people to use the search frequently to get to groups instead of tapping groups and then like scrolling. We can play with that later. The search button in the header. I agree. Move hamburger icon. Didn't say anything about the profile duplication. I'd remove the avatar. Remove the hamburger icon and the avatar. Maybe make the possibly make the profile show the avatar instead of in profile. About that. Then we gotta move this thing up. Pixels. 90 pixels.
Want me to implement this?
You go avatar only. You want other tabs to also drop their loop. Interesting. So presumably we're not going to use avatars for or emojis for every user. I'm okay with just using the avatar for using the emoji for only the profile. In the future, we may have real photos in circles, and I think that would look fine. Being the others. Avatar plus you. We also need to move the color settings selector and modal up when the bottom bar. Bottom bar. See what we get. Why are these like highlighted? Huh. Not really. What happened there? Be right back, I'm gonna get the rest of my breakfast. done.
I created a new groups page TypeScript JSX file with a grid layout and added a /groups route in the main TypeScript file. I updated the bottom tab bar, header, layout, and color settings panel TypeScript JSX components to remove the drawer, adjust navigation tabs, and reposition mobile color settings, and I exported groups page from the index TypeScript file. I also noted that the mobile drawer TypeScript JSX file is now unused and can be deleted.
Did not do any of this right. Some of it right, but our bottom bar disappears when the, what is that called? The URL bar shows up on mobile. It's because of our fixed height. It's making it the 100 VH or whatever, but the vertical height gets messed up by the fact that when you scroll up or down, the URL bar would show up, which causes this effect where the page is taller than it should be. Yeah, common issue, and you did it wrong. The width is also too big. work? I'll work.
I edited the bottom tab bar TypeScript
Fix it.
JSX file to add a transform translate Z, 0, and cleaned up the style block. And I edited the layout TypeScript JSX
Fixed.
file to insert dynamic viewport height units, 100 dVH, a 0.3 second background transition comment, iOS Safari backface visibility
you
fixes,
use
and explicit fixed
playwright
positioning for
and
the bottom tab bar in the mobile media query.
check.
I then ran the TypeScript compiler to type check the Happy Groups app. I
Use
explained that using
390 by
100
840.
dVH instead of 100 VH
It
lets
seems
the bottom
like
bar
we
stay
still have an
visible when the
issue
mobile URL bar appears.
with the height and also the min width. Your content or the page is too large for 90.
Permission requested. Command to start dev
Server's already
server.
running. Well, the server is all right. Yeah. We want to get mobile good. And then we want to fix all of our hover effects and stuff. DMs, yeah, we should implement. I'll do that after DMs next. Yeah, then fix the jumping effect, then fix maybe the feed page first, then the jumping effect. The feed page, I'm not a huge fan of right now.
Permission requested. Run code in browser with Playwright.
There is a lock. Need to existing browser. Try to.
Permission requested. Command to remove Playwright lock and kill Chrome processes.
Green has its most saturated color, very light, then red, then blue's most. Rose overflowing. No, it doesn't. It looks good. Maybe it's only shows up when that only shows up when you the iPhone viewport. I don't know how to. Oh. Oh, now it looks good. There's something weird with the viewport.
I added responsive CSS and new class names to feed page TypeScript JSX to make the stats grid a 2x2 grid on screens up to 480 pixels. Updated layout TypeScript JSX with overflow hidden and iOS Safari fixes, and modified bottom tab bar TypeScript JSX with GPU compositing transforms. I then ran a type check on the Happy Groups app using PNPM exec TSC with no omit, and confirmed that all changes passed type checking. The mobile layout now displays correctly with a fixed bottom bar, a single column groups list, and properly fitting group detail content.
I know for sure this was fixed before. Must have broken that at some point. Not working. Something. Messages. Yeah. But it won't look good to have this over here. This is what we had yesterday. Yep, that's. Nice.
I fixed the layout so the header stays fixed at the top. The left sidebar with home
Design.
stays
We need
sticky
to
on the left,
do
and the right sidebar with messages and
something
discover
about
stays
the
sticky on the right, while the main content scrolls to show
PMs.
recent activity. I used overflow Clip
messages.
to prevent horizontal overflow without creating a new scroll container that would break
Here's
position. Sticky.
from the right side. The browser size is smaller. It's not a problem when the bottom bar appears, but it is an issue between the bottom bar appearing and the right bar. Yeah, we have something about all this. No. I gotta really figure out why the padding and stuff changes. Dark mode changes. I don't know why it's overriding padding and margin with the dark theme. I'm hoping by the end of today to get to something that I'm relatively happy with. And then maybe spend one more day thinking about some of the details on some of this stuff. And then I really got to think about the specific features to support. Because you can really go pretty complicated pretty quickly. The simplest thing would be to create a group. And then, I mean, even the way Signal works, where you exchange keys with every other member of the group, up to 1,000 people, that would be completely fine in the short term. So maybe I'd do something like that as the initial phase, where I just like limit groups to 1,000 people. I'm totally opposed to that. And then once you want to go past that, then you kind of do that. You do that sort of thing where maybe you need to exchange keys with like 20 other people, and then all together you can decrypt all of the data that you guys have access to. But the other issue with it, the way this works, is there's like a retransmit phase. Because all of the actual data is stored by all the members of the group as opposed to being stored on the servers. The issue is if you store all the data on your servers, I mean, this is the easiest way for this to work. This is like how iCloud works. This what they fix. If you store all the data on your servers,
a responsive messaging interface that shows a bottom tab bar on mobile screens, a floating messages button with a slide out panel on medium viewports,
like that,
and a full right sidebar on larger screens, all matching the app's aesthetic. The panel features a pill-shaped toggle with an unread badge, smooth spring animation, a card-based message list with hover states, and it closes on escape key or when clicking outside.
I don't know why I didn't just put it up here. That would have been the obvious thing to do. Why isn't the profile image? I fix that. Remove that. So I wanted it to keep the profile image up here when you're in the bigger view, and then when you're in the smaller view, then it shows up down here. But I'm not a fan of this backdrop. Until it fixes it. Let's see. That's good. How's that actually gonna work though? You're gonna click on this and it's gonna take you where? Issues. It's always my experience. You get like 80% and then I have all sorts of stuff like this where the part is just compressed because it didn't think about that. I can fix it, I can have it fix it, but there's just so many things. How can you fix two things? The search bar is really compressed. You can,
I explained that all breakpoints are working correctly. Above 1,100 pixels, the
you
right
can see
sidebar shows
this
the messages
with
section. Between 768 and 1,100 pixels, a messages button appears in the header with a
what
drop-down
I
panel.
wanted.
And below 768 pixels,
Keep
a bottom
the
tab bar includes a messages tab. I also noted that the header drop-down
profile
integrates
image
cleanly with the existing header
link.
design, using the same button style as the notification bell and positioned right next to it.
The header, far right, the far right, when the bottom bar going. These fixed up. Notifications should do something. Messages should do something. So yeah, what is the behavior going to be when you click open a message thing? It's going to open up in the bottom here. This is why I hate doing messages. It's its own entire feature. Like, it's painful. It didn't fix it. Moved on, but I still want to show the search bar. Just use more space. I don't know only thing I don't like about this whole setup is you're really moving around a lot of elements on the page for these different sizes, which just makes it a little bit inconsistent. But the reality is like you're going to use it in one size at any time. People aren't going to be switching back and forth between these, so I don't know that inconsistency matters that much. Now it takes up way too much of the space. What are you doing? Fix this myself. Find your people. Do it myself. Triggered. Triggered. A margin.
I confirmed that both fixes are working. I made the search bar expand to fill the available space at medium widths, and I ensured the profile avatar appears in the header on desktop and tablet while being hidden on mobile, where the bottom bar shows the U tab. I also outlined the responsive behavior, noting that above 1,100 pixels, the full layout with search text, right sidebar, and header profile is shown. Between 768 and 1,100 pixels, the search bar expands, and the messages drop-down and header profile are visible. And below 768 pixels, the search collapses to an icon. A bottom bar with messages and U tabs appears, and the header profile is hidden.
Why is this here? Good. On a Mac. Pixels. 100 pixels. 300 pixels. It's really done something weird with all the styles here. It's very unorganized. Dude. How do you think opening the message? What should the UI be?
I explained 3 UI approaches: a slide-out panel for desktop and tablet, a full page view for mobile, and a modal overlay, and recommended the slide-out panel on larger screens and a full page view on mobile to keep context while chatting. I asked which direction you prefer.
You create a plan tab. This, I think we also showing all your current we're gonna do. Let's go ahead and put what we have. Good. Pretty good. I don't know how I feel about these shapes being fixed around, as opposed to like if you expand, maybe more shapes should show up. Okay. Would I change this? Some kind of background here. See it? In the light theme. Why are there so many? What would be the better way to? Go to the background.
Permission requested. Exit plan mode.
I don't like this. Feed. Do styles feed. Oh, I have feed. Content. Gonna be. Hard background. bubbles, basically. And now we're doing the DMs UI. So we'll let that work away at that. And the next thing is really to improve this feeds page. This is anxiety inducing. Let's see. I don't know if the best thing is to have it do this at the same time. I'm just gonna think about what needs to be done. Remove the groups. I don't know if this whole panel should just be removed. Delete section. And recent activity here is really weird. I don't even think upcoming event. I guess that would make sense to have upcoming events as its own thing here. If you want it to really be event focused. I'm not opposed to that. Because these could even just be like meetups, like video calls. But this should definitely be an actual feed of the posts themselves. I don't know why this. Remove. Good action. It's fun, but it's just not. We'll leave the upcoming events, but I don't know if I really like the pulling out. Kind of annoying. When you click on one of the, you would think this takes you back to where you were. It takes you back to the something to work on, maybe. I'll just remove the good afternoon section myself. Happy members. Blank happy. What is that? No. Mailman. Mailman. Get it working again. The other thing I gotta do today is organize / make setup distance passive versus. I don't know what people are doing today, but this having styles all over the place and having class names and then having inline stuff, it's not gonna. This and then this. I think these are for keyframes and hover events and stuff like that, and then it's using this for the base classes. I don't know if that's how you're supposed to do it. I don't really like this. But we're not using Tailwind. I don't know if we want to use Tailwind. I don't know whether it really matters for something like this. We're back. We got rid of that thing. Let's see if DMs work. That's pretty cool. when I was thinking it was going to be a pop-up thing. I'm fine with this. I like that. It's not as distracting as having the little bottom pop-up things. Okay, this is good. There's definitely a ton of work that needs to be done
I edited the
to
messages
actually get this
page
working.
TypeScript JSX file to simplify its imports, ran the typecheck command, and confirmed it passed aside from pre-existing unused variable warnings in feed page TypeScript. I then created new TypeScript and TypeScript JSX files for conversation data, a global conversation panel context, a mobile detection hook, a slide-out conversation panel component, the messages page route, and a mobile-only conversation detail page. And I modified the layout, header, right sidebar, main, index, hooks index, and data index TypeScript files to integrate the responsive messaging UI.
It's pretty fun if I do the AI users, because if there's like groups of AI AI users talking to each other, and then you can just hop in and talk to the group of them, or if you can DM them too, that'd be pretty fun. The only thing with like DMing them is that it's not really too different than something like character AI or something. And what you'd really want is you'd want them to actually be able to like incorporate your DMs into their behaviors to some degree. I want to get notifications working. First thing I want to do is the home. Something else. The back button. Back. Go to the group. Events. Or should it always take you back to where you were? On my home. Now it wants to take me back to here, where I was. I don't know about the popping up every single time you click on a thing, all the messages appear. It'd be cool if only the new messages appeared. That'd be cool. And the old ones were just there already. I'm good. Dark might need to. I definitely like it better than. Clear. Front-end design. And you take a look. And typically use a feed. I think we want the home feed to be more of an infinite scrolling list of cards rather than activity. what do you think our options are for the home? The obvious thing would be to just use the exact same posts that are here as the home feed.
I outlined 4 design directions: cozy community board with a masonry layout, editorial stream with a single column, social timeline with a classic vertical feed, and playful chaos with vibrant, toy-like cards, and explain the vibe and key elements of each. I recommended the masonry or playful approaches to match happy groups, joyful, emoji-heavy style. Which direction appeals to you?
Camp's playful name. Leading towards option 1. Playful chaos. Maximalist joy. Embrace the happy groups theme with a vibrant, almost toy-like feed. Cards have thick borders, bold colors, slight rotation. Cozy community board. Card-heavy masonry. Interest style, staggered grid of cards. No. Single column. Medium, Substack inspired single column feed where each post gets. I mean, the obvious thing would be to make the home feed match the feeds in the groups, but with all of your group content, all of content across the groups you're in at. Possibly with a few different sorting options, i.e. chronological, best, the main thing for me is that maybe we should have a condensed version of each type of card, because the existing cards in the groups feed are a little big, which I think for a home feed results in only seeing a few cards in view. Let's see what it says. It's like if you have these on, like if this is what your home feed looks like, you're getting 3 cards or so. So I'd really like a condensed version of these, because it would still be nice to see polls and stuff like that. But it's just, yeah, each one of these things should be condensed versions. And if you click it, you can see the full version. That's kind of what these were. That's a much more sensible
I
approach.
explained a plan to aggregate the feed with group context, add recent, best, and top sorting options, and introduce compact card variants that shrink avatars, text, media, and padding to fit more cards on screen. I described adding a variant property to each card component so feed page uses the compact style, while group page keeps the default style. I asked if you'd like me to start implementing the condensed card variants and the new feed page structure.
Go ahead. Yeah, I like that. compact versions. I'm gonna go ahead and update this with the compact versions for that activity feed. Nice. Yep, perfect. Just what I wanted. So that's funny. So this is what it did for this selector. I don't mind this. But obviously it's different than what's here. These are two different styles. I don't know what I like better. They both kind of have issues. One is that this one kind of looks like content. Yeah, I wonder about making this flat and instead of having the box shadow here. Rid of the box shadow. Select. Here. Icon. Styles, tabs. Yeah, and that's right. The styles was in here. Color. Shadow. It's okay. I like it better than most. I think we should use the same styling for the tabs. We should use the same styling for the tabs in the feed for recent best top, like we do for feed, photos, chat on the group. I like the group. Yep. Not perfect, but need to type check. Play this. I guess discover new groups should take you to a discover page. It's working. A lot of padding here. Okay. It's alright. That looks good. I don't like this. This is a page? Yeah. Got to do a couple things here. Clear. Design at messages page. It seems like each message isn't it. It's message group thing isn't its own separate thing, or because all of them are merged together. Also the messages that message. We have messages page and then app happy group message. What is this thing? Let's see. Where is the route? Main messages, conversation detail. Conversation looks weird. What does this look like? That looks weird. Weird on mobile because it's in a container and it should probably just take up the whole view. Yep. That looks better.
I updated the conversation detail page TypeScript JSX to adjust the mobile container height. Use a fixed position leaving 70 pixels for the bottom tab bar, and remove border radius and shadow on mobile, also modifying the not found style to match. I also revised the messages page TypeScript JSX so each conversation appears as its own card with background, rounded corners, individual shadows, a hover lift effect, and a gradient unread dot. And I verified the changes by reading the updated files.
Chat header is being covered by
I read the header TypeScript file to confirm the header is 52 pixels tall, then edited the conversation detail page TypeScript file to change the mobile fixed positioning, so the top offset is now 52 pixels, updating both the main container and the not found state accordingly.
Yep. Little bits of progress. Okay, I'm happy with this. Happy with that. Improve the feed. Notifications. Implement DMs. Let me check DMs again. Fine with that. Sure. I don't think he's hosted this yet. Okay. Share. What happened? Looks like these are all condensed now. It needs more spacing. These. Thought we had a condensed version of and we were just that on the home feed. But now it seems like all the groups are using condensed versions.
Can you clarify what you're seeing? Are both feeds looking the same when they shouldn't be, or was the original design intent different
Go
from what's in
ahead
the code?
and use this here. And use playwright MCP. I'm at 94%. When does that reset? Button. No. Alright, I guess I'll have to take a break in a little bit. I thought we had a condensed version of each type of post. At app. What is happening? Look at post like home feed and feed. Seems like facing some work. Post. That's there at MCP server. That's sad.
examined the feed page TypeScript JSX and group page TypeScript JSX files, discovered that the home feed uses a compact variant with smaller avatars, tighter spacing, and truncated text, while the group page uses the default variant with larger avatars and no group badge. And I explained that both layouts share similar gap values of 12 pixels. Home feed defines 10 pixels for its own gap, and asked whether you want the group feed to also use compact cards or if there's a specific spacing issue you'd like to address.
Seems to be in the upper and lower sections. So the buttons themselves for liking and hidden different woods on the default.
Permission requested. Edit index TSX file in the Kiwi app.
And we're at widely credit tokens.
I added an explicit margin bottom of 16 pixels to the post header component for the default variant, and added a margin top of 14 pixels to the post actions component for the default variant, fixing the spacing on the default postcards.
Keep going if it lets me. Can you implement some
I explored the existing Happy Groups app to understand its structure, styling, and current state before designing a notification system. I read the app TypeScript file, the index CSS file, and the package JSON file, and I listed all source files with TypeScript, TSX, and CSS extensions.
This is the kind of thing when you vibe code stuff. A person would just make this mistake. Be happy. I'd like to do the keyboard shortcuts. Back. Implement notifications, fix the jumping up hover effect on links, make the styling consistent. Style definition. Back, go to, yeah. And keyboard short. So we have a keyboard shortcut for search. Which one is? Step back. My feeling with this, where you have the color as a huge part of the logo, is that the logo really distracts from the color you use on the page. The happy group's over here, it's black with a small orange circle in the middle. Not distracting from. As soon as I add the orange there, it's like it's attractive and look at it, but like you don't really want to look at it. You want people to look at the page itself, not the logo. I think maybe this could be removed, but yeah, then it looks like one word, which is not terrible. It's just like having some. I like it how it is. vibrant. Look, bump up the. Oh my. What do you guys do? I really wonder about DMs. It's so annoying to have another platform to message people on. Then you're getting notifications from 2 different places. Your histories get split when you're talking to someone. You don't remember if they linked to something on one platform or another platform. But it also feels like a pretty useful feature with something like this. Then another big question is whether you allow harding or whether you allow upvoting and downvoting. I do think downvoting is useful. Otherwise, there's no feedback to whether something's controversial or not within a group, because you only see the upvote. 100 upvotes versus something that gets 100 upvotes and 100 downvotes is pretty different things. But on a platform where you don't have downvotes, you can't express the 100 downvotes and that the post is controversial within the group. $30 more minutes. Okay. Genre. Stop, would you stop? Relax. Too loud. Chat looks weird. You can't click on the post to go to the post. Fix that. It's flags cannot be placed. Google's monitoring API is down so much. About that. I get so many errors because I can't scrape the Google monitoring API and it triggers my alerts. For GCP. This. What? Okay, bud. Relax. Kind of interesting to think about. When you post stuff in a group, you could imagine that a new person joining the group can only see new content, a little bit like how Signal works when you start messaging someone on a new Signal device. The benefit of that would be, you can imagine, part of the reason to want end-to-end encryption is so you don't have to think about what you're writing and how it, like, literally the government might come after you for something one day. And so that's kind of the premise behind the end-to-end encryption. But the thing I'm thinking about is that if you have groups and at any point someone could join the group that you don't want in the group, or you don't want that person to, you just don't want them to see you that way or whatever, from that group, then you can imagine you have to think about what you say, because you have to think about any person who could join the group in the future or get added to the group, and like someone adding the other person to the group may not even realize that you like wouldn't want them in the group or something. Or there's like two different things, right? One is like, I wouldn't want them in the group going forward, but the other thing too is that every post you've ever posted would then be visible to the new member. So I think it would be reasonable actually to not show new members historical content. They would only be able to see stuff going forward. I'm gonna write that down. Only show new members new content, or new members content group going forwards. not historical content. You would have to worry. Good. Yeah, I think that's how it has to work. That if someone new joins the group, they can't see any of the historical stuff. Maybe if someone tags the person in the post photo, then they could see it. I'm just thinking, like, if there's a historical photo and you want someone to see it, you wouldn't want to have to reshare it, right? So you could maybe tag a specific person and say, hey, look at this photo, if they had joined later. The whole kind of premise with something like that is that I think you should just be able to speak online how you would speak in person and not have to think about all the consequences that, you know, if the government decides they don't like who you are, or if there's someone you maybe don't like but your friends like or something, you would have to think about, like, hey, maybe they'll add this person to the group one day or something. And you don't have to worry about that stuff when you're just like hanging out with someone in person or a group of people in person. Like if the person's not there, you're not thinking, oh, what if they see every single thing I've ever said to these people? You have to be conscious that obviously if you post something or say something, they might tell the other person. But like I said, if you're, maybe you could like to go out to bars or something and you don't want people from work seeing you like that in that context, you shouldn't have to worry about that when you're posting that type of stuff in a group that doesn't have anyone from work in it. And then like if someone from work joins, you may not want them to have seen all that. So I think all the design decisions are kind of based around what gives you the most freedom in the moment to post without feeling like you're going to be judged or something, other than by the people you literally posted for. And then maybe what you can do is on content, you could have like a visibility thing where you can click it and see who's able to see the post based on when they joined. I got 15 minutes left. I'll probably take a 15-minute break. Come back, do some more work. Possibly have some kind of thing that allows people group members to see who has visibility. Post photo, whatever. I really dislike this hover effect that it did everywhere. I'll fix that. I think a little bit of refinement could be done on the word name happy groups setup. I think it's better than it was yesterday, but I think some improvement. Now it's playing. Free domain. American music. We wish you a Merry Christmas. Alright, I'll be back in 15 minutes. Two. Oh, I gotta add a few more minutes. I'm ready 4 minutes. Bring it to me. Bring. Okay. Okay, and let's start working again. Not a little thing. Desktop. Okay. Light is too bright now. Being overexposed. That's better. Let's do all these little ones that I was thinking about. When do we get stuck on here? Notifications. We're not gonna do it again. Front end design. Seems like we don't have links to the post pages. Or I don't know if we need them or not. Right now, there's no way to see the comments on a post. What do you think that should? Yeah, one thing at a time. Gonna ask it a couple other things, but it's interesting. I was talking about happy groups here, because I didn't say happy groups, and it's not in the Claude MD. I have no idea how I knew that. Interesting. Interesting. I wish I could listen to normal music, or I don't know, podcasts or videos or something, but YouTube immediately copyright strikes you if you do that. It wouldn't be an issue on Twitch, but Twitch like also allows crimes on Twitch, so I don't really want to support Twitch.
Permission requested. Command to start Vite dev server for happy groups.
The dev server is running. Nice. Notice that the links work. And now if you click on the username, it doesn't Take you to their profile. Takes you.
I edited the index TypeScript file to add a stop propagation, to the avatar button, the author name button, and the more button, and then I ran the TypeScript type check. I explained that now clicking the username or avatar navigates to the profile while clicking elsewhere on the card opens the post detail page.
Work from groups page. As long as everything's fast, I don't think. You check if it keeps. Doesn't. back doesn't work how you... Now I think we need... Oh. Act. Place. Works. Because it seems like really take you back to previous page. You were not necessary. Maybe if that previous wasn't the group both, then it should show another button takes you. But like if you click a link from the home page, home feed, back button, should say and also even your are going back to a group. Right now, the way it works, it redirects you to the group instead of taking you back, so your scroll position.
I edited the event detail page TypeScript JSX file, replacing the back button style with a nav row style, and changing the back button to use navigate, -1. I edited the photo detail page TypeScript JSX file, adding flex wrap to the header style, and inserting a nav row wrapper around the back button. I ran the moon typecheck command to verify the changes compile, and explained that the back button now preserves scroll position, while the group link is always available for direct navigation.
I did it. On home? Feels like the CSS animation user is going back.
I fixed the JSX indentation and removed the extra closing divs in the post detail page TypeScript file, then rewrote its return statement to correctly nest the elements. I also removed the unconditional scroll to top effect from the layout component and added a navigation context that tracks forward, back, and initial navigation, applying direction-aware slide animations with a cubic Bezier easing and a duration of 250 milliseconds while preserving scroll position on back navigation. Finally, I ran the TypeScript type check to verify the changes.
Here. Clean animations like that. It's almost like the when you click on a post, it's almost like it's cross-fading into the post detail page, and then when you go back, it's cross-fading back out to its position. When you, I mean, it'd be really cool to actually make it really do that, but it's a little bit hard to do that. This effect is.
I updated the event-detail page TypeScript file to add a page animate class to the container. I modified the photo detail page TypeScript file in the same way, and I wrapped the feed section in the feed page TypeScript file with a page animate div. I then ran the TypeScript type check for the HappyGroups app. I explained that the group page,
Profile.
feed page, and detail pages now keep their headers static, while only the main content animates.
Wonder if you want to stay on the tab. Click between. I think you might. You could just be on event, but it's also not clear because I could imagine you.
I edited the profile page TypeScript file twice, fixing the formatting of the events mapping and the hover box shadow style. Then I ran the TypeScript type check for the Happy Groups app. After that, I confirmed that posts, group tags, events, and photos are all clickable with proper navigation and hover effects.
File page. Doing okay, you're out of fix. Events and photos, pages, don't match. Match it. Click on. You make it. Running of content.
I created 3 tasks, one to add a group
Also,
in prop, Use navigate hook,
You
click
can
handlers,
make the
and hover
back.
styles to events view. Another to add the same to photos view. And a third to update group page to pass the group id prop to both
Button.
views.
Slide.
I added task number 4 and outlined a 4-step plan to add clickable navigation for events and photos, pass the group identifier to the views, and move the navigation row outside the page animate wrapper on detail pages so the back and group buttons don't slide. Ready to implement.
What you doing? Yeah, now you gotta come too, huh, pup? Everybody's got it. Okay. I know. Yeah, I really like the blue, light blue hue. It makes this whole thing not look brown because of the oranges. Make events view. Should be clear.
Permission requested. Command to perform TypeScript type check on the Happy Groups application.
Also, we need code is gonna. But once I have all the functionality I know I want, I can go back and do it cleanly.
I edited the Events View TypeScript JSX and Photos View TypeScript JSX files to make the items clickable, add navigation to detail pages, and replace the hard-coded slide-up animation with a direction-aware animation name. I also updated the group page to pass the group identifier to both views, and moved the navigation rows out of the page animate wrapper on the detail pages so they stay static. Finally, I marked all 4 related tasks as completed.
Cool. I didn't ask it to. But the only thing with this is that how does this work if someone shares an album? Like, do I want it to be like Instagram? Post a few photos, and then those are basically a single collection. I think that's probably the best way to do it. Oh, frick. I don't know if... How do you think back should work on the photo detail page? Right now, the left-right buttons push into browser history, which means back takes you to the last photo instead of back to wherever you were before the photos. Separately, I think we should think about how we would design the UI to handle a collection of photos as a single page / thing. It's sort of the way Instagram did.
I explained that using Navigate with Replace prevents new history entries and keeps the back button consistent. Outlined 3 ways to treat a photo collection, including a modal overlay, an in-page carousel, or fixing history while keeping the current URLs. And recommended the modal overlay for the best user experience, offering to implement it with a photo modal component, updated click handling, keyboard navigation, swipe gestures, and shareable URL query parameters.
So I'm thinking you could maybe want to look through all the photos and use arrow keys to do it. And if you hit an album, it seems like you should just go through the album and then go to the next photo after the album. It seems like you would still maybe want to be able to I think the left-right arrows over the image should scroll through carousel without changing pages, because we should have likes, comments below the image for the current thing. And then when you get to the end / beginning of the carousel, it should replace page to the next previous image. Can you make a plan / some tasks to implement this? We need to implement arrow keys. That. And also, we don't really have... Also, there's something a bit weird about the fact we have photo posts, but then the comments, likes for that post go to the post rather than to the image. It seems like an image post and the photo detail should be the same thing page. Ah. I can't get out of. Ask me any clarifying questions. Let's see.
I explained that we'll unify photos and photo posts into a single post type. Treat albums as multi-image posts, where arrow navigation cycles slides without changing the URL, and apply comments and likes to the whole album rather than each image. I also clarified that navigation after an album moves to the next photo type post, that URL stays static during slide changes, and confirmed that these details match your assumptions.
Let's see. Yes. Currently, album post has multiple images. Arrow goes to the next. That's the beginning of the album. The left arrow goes to previous. At the end of the album, right arrow goes to next. Separately, we should only go to next previous album photo if the user opened the collection photo from the photos page. If they opened it from the feed, then it should not do that. Feed or anywhere else. We will not have separate comments for each photo in the album. I think collection. When you're on a photo and press and it should respect the ordering of the photos page. In case we ever ordering. Do comments stay the same? Comments are the same. I don't like the name album for our photo post. And a photo can have one. Photo pose? Did the URL change when cycling? Get it done.
outlined a plan to unify photos into a photo post concept, created tasks to update the data model, convert data files, modify the photos view component, build a photo post page with carousel and keyboard navigation, adjust the photo postcard, and update routes. And I explained design decisions about passing it from photos flag via navigation state, using a slide query parameter for deep linking, and filtering posts by type. In the Photos tab grid, for a multi-image post, should clicking it always go to slide one of that post, or show a preview carousel in the grid, and go to the currently shown slide?
The Photos tab grid. Not my light. So we're gonna make some improvements to how
Permission requested. Exit plan mode to implement photo system unification plan.
the big plan. See you do it. I'm not even sure what it's like. Did it make a custom thing for the? Yeah, it created a custom card for the is what I would have. So we have the like main cards, and then we have the detail version of the card, the the compact version of the cards. The compact version reduces the size for the feed, and then if it wanted to, it should have made a super compact version for the profile page, which is basically what this is. I wonder if it's gonna. What happens? Write insane amounts of code when you shouldn't. Organizing, getting it all.
removed the group photo and album post types from the src/types TypeScript file, updated photo post to use an images array, eliminated the photos array from group data, and converted 8 data files to use images arrays and the photo type. I created a new photo post page TypeScript JSX component with carousel and navigation, updated several view and card components, adjusted routes in main TypeScript JSX to point to photo post page, deleted the album postcard and photo detail page components, and confirmed that type checking and linting both passed.
These perfect. So right now, photos is kind of interesting because it's just a collection of photo posts. But so what if someone wanted to make an album for the group of a bunch of photo posts together? It kind of raises the question, like, why can't you just make an album arbitrary number of posts? Or maybe you should just be able to tag. Maybe every post should... You could just go here and look at the tags. Like that better. So each post you would just tag it with whatever you wanted to. Then it would end up in a collection. So photos basically have like this implicit photo tag concept because it's such a common thing that you don't have to tag.
I updated the photo post page TypeScript JSX file to import useCallback, wrapped the handlePrev and handleNext functions in useCallback with the correct dependencies, and added those handlers to the keyboard effects dependency array. I ran the moon typecheck command for the Happy Groups app and confirmed the code compiled without errors. I explained that this prevents stale closures, so arrow keys now navigate correctly between photo posts.
do the I want to do the tag. That's photos don't like on file save. Edition. we should make the forward back different. Look different. Navigating also or gotta use front-end design. The other thing is view becomes get outside the post and it which is not what I want.
I edited the photo post page TSX file to adjust the background color string and update the navigation button markup with a single chevron for slide navigation and a chevron with bar for post navigation. And I ran the moon run command to type check the Happy Groups app. I also explained that the within post slide arrows are now subtle circular buttons with a single chevron, while between post arrows are slightly larger rounded rectangle buttons with a bar and chevron, and that navigation buttons are hidden when not applicable. updated the Photo Post Page TypeScript file to display the post position only when opened from the Photos tab, and added a slide counter overlay inside the image wrapper for multi-image posts. Then I ran the type check command for the Happy Groups app. I explained that the header now shows 2 of 8, only from the Photos tab, and the image overlay shows 1-3 in the top right corner for multi-image posts. I explained 3 UI approaches: smaller image with UI outside, full screen viewer triggered by tap, and auto hiding UI, and recommended the tap to full screen pattern because it balances browsing and immersive viewing. I also described how I would implement it, with a tap on the image opening a dark backdrop that scales the photo to fill the screen, navigation arrows, and a slide counter that fade after 2 seconds, and keyboard support using arrow keys to navigate and escape to exit.
They're all the same. I think we have common.
I edited the Photo Post Page TypeScript file to replace the button styles with a full-screen BTN class for both previous and next navigation. And then I ran the type check command to verify the changes. I implemented a full-screen image viewer that lets users click an image to enter, shows a zoom in cursor, auto-hides controls after 2.5 seconds, provides navigation via arrow keys, clickable buttons and dot indicators, and allows exiting by clicking the backdrop, pressing the X button, or hitting escape, while loading a higher resolution image on full screen with a dark immersive backdrop.
to change between don't even know. Yes. Tags. Tags is the come up. Then I think I should display all.
I wrote a detailed plan for a tagging system, saved it to app/happygroup/plan tags, MD, and explained the data model, new routes, pages, components, integration points, and phased implementation steps. I offered to begin with the foundation phase or discuss any questions or changes.
These are optional and him back. Up. Create a tag registry.
I explained the differences between inline hashtags, separate pill tags, and a hybrid approach, noting that hashtags feel organic but can clutter longer posts while pills offer cleaner visual separation and better tap targets. I recommended using pill tags for a groups app because posts are typically longer and tags as metadata feel more intentional. I then asked which vibe you prefer, structured community organization or casual social posting.
You gotta think about. I'm gonna have to take a break here. So I think the thing is, if you do pills, where it's kind of like a separate thing to type in the tags as opposed to just writing the hashtag, the benefit of that is that an admin could add the tag themselves without having to edit the content of your post. Like, you could let an admin add content of a post, but I think having the tags as pills in a separate thing would make it seem more reasonable that an admin could just come in and add a couple tags to your. As opposed to, like, if the content of your message changed with tags added, it would feel a little different. On
I read the sidebar TypeScript JSX component, located the click handler on line 173, and updated it to check if the clicked group is already active. If it is, I call window scrollta with a smooth behavior to scroll to the top of the page. This change ensures that clicking the currently active group now scrolls to the top, while navigation to other groups still triggers the existing scroll to top logic and layout.
So here it's doing borders sometimes, box shadows sometimes, and I gotta make this all consistent. Because I just noticed the difference. That works. Profile page. I want to do some easier ones first before I move on to tags. Tags are going to be complicated to get right. Okay. Photos. Should be able to click on user name in chat to go to their profile. Front-end design. Can you
I
take a
imported the
look?
navigation hook and added a navigate variable in chat view. Then replace the author's span with a button that stops propagation on click and navigates to the /profile/ username, root, styling it to look like the original text. This updates the chat component, so clicking a username now takes the user to the profile page.
Where did it do that? I don't understand what it changed. Okay, I gotta go
Permission
feed the
requested.
animals. A
Access front-end
second.
design skill.
Seems like it uses some custom card setup for this post. I think it might be reasonable to have more dense versions of the post, but maybe But even doing that, this should be another variation of the I asked it if we could make the two chat components. There's like a
I
chat
explained
panel,
that the
this
existing
thing.
post components in components/posts/index.
And there's also
TSX already provides structured text post. Which approach do you prefer?
add a new variant profile to the existing. I really gotta go feed the animal. I'm awesome. Let's see what happens with these.
Permission requested. Edit index TSX file in the Kiwi app.
This for a second.
I created 3 new shared TypeScript JSX components: chat messages, chat input, and clickable username. Then refactored chat view and conversation panel to use these components, cutting their line counts dramatically. I ran the TypeScript type check and grepped for any errors related to the new chat components, confirming that there were none. The clickable usernames now navigate to the profile page with a smooth underline hover animation. unlockable username TypeScript file to add an onNavigate callback prop, updated its click handler to invoke this callback, and modified the conversation panel TypeScript file to pass the close panel function as onNavigate. I also extended the chat messages TypeScript components props to include an optional onUsername click and adjusted its usage accordingly. Now clicking any username in the conversation panel, whether in the header or within messages, will close the panel before navigating to the profile.
Doesn't have the updated username clicking stuff. You can use playwright in CPU to see. Playwright MCP. Yeah, it's already running on 5.
Permission requested. List browser tabs. Permission requested. Command to remove and list playwright lock files. Permission requested. Command to remove playwright singleton lock files.
What is conversation detail? Oh, chat view is a group chat view.
updated the conversation detail page TypeScript JSX file to use the shared chat messages and chat input components. Then I opened the messages page in the browser, clicked the username CountDrake, and confirmed it navigated to the profile page. I explained that now the chat view, conversation panel, and conversation detail page all share the same components and have clickable usernames throughout.
So is there some way to set up the playwright CP so that we can use multiple instances? Hard coded sessions. What was that?
I moved the chat view TypeScript file, renamed it to group chat view, and updated its interface and function name accordingly. Then, I adjusted the export index and replaced all imports and component references in the group page TypeScript file to use group chat view instead of chat view. I explained that the playwright session needs the isolated flag added to the MCP configuration to allow multiple instances, and suggested closing the other session or restarting Claude Code with that flag. I read the index, TypeScript file, and grepped the layout component to find that the postcard style lacked a margin bottom property, which caused the spacing issue. I edited the index, TypeScript file to add a margin bottom of 12 pixels for the profile variant, fixing the spacing between posts.
Happy groups. Happy pup. Happy groups.
Permission requested. Command to search for Claude config files with Playwright.
What did he cancel? One. Just is dark.
Permission requested. Command to find Claude config files.
Hungry. Getting hungry. You get hungry.
Permission requested. Command to list Claude directory and check settings file. Permission requested. Command to find MCP config files in home directory. Permission requested. Command to list. Permission requested. Command to search for playwright config in Claude directory. Permission requested. Command to check project MCP config file.
I did. Didn't work.
Permission requested. Command to find and display JSON config files in Kiwi 2 project folder. Permission requested. Command to find files containing playwright config. I removed the unused is. Permission requested. Read MCP JSON file. Permission requested. Edit MCP JSON file. I edited the playwright MCP JSON configuration file to add the isolated flag to the command arguments, and explained that the change requires a restart of Claude code sessions so multiple sessions can use playwright concurrently without conflicts. I also described how to remove and re-add the playwright MCP via the CLI as an alternative method.
The user has dark theme selected and page. There's a flash. Loads this. I think we did a thing about this.
Permission requested. Edit index HTML file in the Kiwi app. I added an inline script to the HTML file's head that reads the stored theme preference, falls back to the system setting, and immediately sets the document element's background color and dark class before React loads. I also updated the theme context TypeScript file's getInitialTheme function to check for the dark class set by the script, so the React state stays in sync. This ensures the correct dark or light background is applied without the flash during hydration.
Okay. Take a break. This. Okay, let's see. Let's see what we got. Six. What was I doing here? Was that okay? Let me look at the chat. Let's do that first. Here. Front end design. The group chat feels a bit inconsistent with what are these things called? What are these things? We have like 3 different conversation panels. And the full screen. Conversation detail page. Yes, the conversation detail page wide display looks the same, but you don't really ever see that page because you would use the conversation normally if you were using a wide display. The thing I don't like is that it feels like a pop-up or modal or something inside of our app instead of I really like the light background better than the dark background. I like this better than it was before.
guess the thing I don't like really is some of the oranges. The conversation panel uses the modal overlay. No, that's not what I'm saying. Literally not what I said at all. Fuck. See what it interpreted. The same as the never really see the conversation detail wide. That's the group chat feels. What would I even do here? I have no idea what I would do to make this. Is it just a fixed height or what? Yeah, it's a fixed height. I really don't like this. Then we scroll all the other pages, but then for group chat, it's a nested. I'm not really sure how the design would look nice. It was I think I gotta stop early today, Donna. Maybe I'll do an hour. Clean up some stuff. Of course, the thing is like if I ever learned anything, I would know I need to clean up now. But it'll take me an hour and a half to clean stuff up, so like checking stuff in or planning for tomorrow. I always work until the end, and then it's the same thing like when I clean out the garage or something. You like work until it's dark, and it's like you needed to stop an hour before it was dark so you could put everything back away. I'm very happy with progress today, though. This needs to be mod front-end design. The users going on the group event page look a little weird, and they should link to their profile. That app. The inconsistency. Most pages, page level scroll, content flows natural. 500 feels like an embedded widget modal, yeah. The group chat specifically feels pop-up light. This usually requires nested. Let me create a redesigned group chat that feels more integrated with me. Use a hybrid approach. The chat
Permission
becomes a
requested.
proper page
Edit event
section.
detail page. TSX
Takes up
file.
more vertical real estate. We'll see what it does.
Issues at the attendee section.
Permission requested. Command to start Happy Group's dev server.
Already. Wait, no. This is why work trees exist. I mean, like the stuff Cursor does with work trees to let you do multiple things at once, it's nice, but like then you run into conflicts and stuff when you merge the things back together. So like when you use the work trees, you really gotta pull the changes back in. What's with the circles?
Permission requested. Run TypeScript check on Happy Groups.
Okay, what is this doing? Attendee. So it should have done groups. No, this is worse. No idea what to do.
Permission requested. Run code in browser using Playwright to scroll to top of messages container.
You gotta figure something else out. Overdripping.
Permission requested. Run TypeScript check on Happy Groups.
What's with the circular design? When we seem to see some kind of rounded square.
I reverted the group chat view TypeScript file to its original version. I explained the core tension of chat interfaces needing the input pinned at the bottom, messages that scroll independently, and auto-scroll to new messages, and I outlined 4 possible design approaches. Full page chat, page scroll chat with a sticky. I examined the avatar component to confirm the design uses rounded squares rather than circles. And then I edited the event detail page TypeScript file to change the attendee avatar's border radius from 50% to 10 pixels,
Tags is gonna have to
matching the medium-sized pattern used elsewhere.
Looks better. Shouldn't you be able to comment on an event? I think you also need to be able to tag event. What did it say? Flow the photo when there's maybe because this is. Let me go get her some peanut butter. Let me just see. Hold
I
on.
examined the photo post component and saw that it already shows a 1/3 badge in the top right corner, while also displaying dot indicators below the image. I explained that the dots are redundant and suggested removing them for multi-image posts, offering a thin progress bar as a subtler alternative if a visual cue is still desired.
Let me just think. When you tap the chat tab, it takes over the entire content area.
I removed the dot indicators and their associated styles from the photo post page TypeScript file, cleaning up the unused style definitions.
What if
The
chat
photo viewer
opened
now
up?
only shows the 1/3 badge overlay and navigation arrows, eliminating redundant UI elements.
So we could make this open up the side panel with the group chat. Would look okay. Instead of having a page for it. You would click that and it would open up the side panel. The thing I think about is what happens when you're here. Because if you click this, and then it could open full screen on mobile, like what happened. That beats. Go on on.
I explained that I would make the chat tab open a group chat panel, or adapt the existing conversation panel on desktop, add a mobile route to a group chat detail page, and remove the inline group chat view from the tab content, ensuring the side panel and full page experiences match the DM
Makes
flow.
the chat interaction pattern consistent across the app. DMs use the side panel. Group chat would too. Modal-like field becomes a. The flow would be desktop chat opens. Mobile, click chat, and navigate to full page. Use plan mode to create a plan tasks, and then we'll. I wonder. We might still need. Some kind of chat. Still might. view if the user is in a small view and then widens their browser. So it wouldn't be the behavior. Be the behavior when the screen is wide. But if the user opens the group chat when the browser is small and then expands the browser, where we need to okay. Go get her some peanut butter. I'll be back in.
Permission requested. Ask user about URL behavior when clicking the chat tab on desktop.
All right. Yeah, so the complicated thing with this setup is that I want this to open up the modal instead of going to a separate page. But then on mobile, it should actually open up a separate page.
Permission requested. Exit plan mode.
I wonder if we can the Cat detail works similarly where it's not actually a separate page. Side modal.
Permission requested. Ask user about DM consistency and refactor options.
Okay.
Permission requested. Answer question about panel overlap behavior.
Possible? There's a overlay content in the DM is open.
Permission requested. Exit plan mode.
I want 3 smaller drives. Check for it in this one. Damn you, AI. Everything's so expensive.
Permission requested. Run EaseLint on the Kiwi Research Project.
Finally broke.
I refactored the direct message conversation panel to be responsive, a 380 pixel side panel on desktop, and a full screen modal on mobile. Removed related routes and a conversation detail page TypeScript JSX file, and added a new group chat panel context and responsive group chat panel component, along with updates to group page TypeScript JSX, layout, and index exports, while deleting the group chat view TypeScript JSX file. I then ran linting and type checking, confirmed they passed, and verified the final state of the key TypeScript JSX files. I read the group chat panel context TypeScript JSX file and checked the context index TypeScript file. Then I cleared the Vite cache by running 2 bash commands that removed the node module / Vite directory. I explained that the problem is caused by Vite's hot module reload cache when new files are added, while the dev server is running, and advised restarting the development server. I read the group page TypeScript file, updated the import to include useref, and refactored the close panel usage by adding a useref to store the function and prevent it from being a dependency. I then ran the TypeScript type checker to verify the changes. I explained that moving close panel into a ref stops the effect from rerunning on panel state changes, so the cleanup only occurs when the group identifier changes or the component unmounts.
That works. Now, one thing we need to fix out is that the back button doesn't work well. The whole modal setup. We probably want capture back when the modal is open and close the modal. This is why I didn't want to do chat. This chat is such a huge thing. But it is nice to be able to communicate without having to
I edited the
post in the
conversation
group.
panel context and the group chat panel context TypeScript files to add useEffect and useCallback imports. Then I ran the TypeScript type checking command. I explained that
should
opening a
probably
panel now pushes a history
both
entry and that the
modal
pop state event will close the panel when the back button is
when
pressed.
the modals are open.
I edited the conversation panel TypeScript file and the group chat panel TypeScript file to set document body style overflow to hidden when a panel is open and restore it when the panel
Not
closes.
working.
And I ran the TypeScript type checking command.
Can you seems like the overflow is on.
I grepped the layout TypeScript file for overflow. Then I edited the conversation panel TypeScript and group chat panel TypeScript
A
files,
weird
replacing
thing
the
is
body
if
elements
you
overflow style
use,
with the HTML elements overflow
um,
style. This change now targets document element instead of document
the backpropagation on the modal. It does lose the modal, but then you still have a forward history in the browser state. It doesn't do anything. So
I added a useref import to the conversation panel context TypeScript file and to the group chat panel context TypeScript file, then ran the TypeScript type checking command. I explained that closing the panel via the X button, escape key, or backdrop now calls history back to remove the history entry we pushed, while closing via the browser back button skips that step.
apparently it seems like if you use back button or the close button for quick install the forward history, it doesn't do anything. I'd really do chat every case.
I edited the conversation panel context TypeScript JSX file and the group chat panel context TypeScript JSX file to adjust the provider definitions. Then I ran the TypeScript type checking command. I explained that the new approach clears forward history by calling push state with the current state after the panel closes, both when the back button triggers a pop state event and when the X, escape key, or backdrop triggers a history back with a skip flag.
Seems like it worked. Oh no. Like complete. Oh.
I edited the conversation panel context TypeScript JSX file to simplify the pop state handling and adjust the provider export. Edited the same file again to refine the active conversation state declaration. And edited the group chat panel context TypeScript JSX file to tidy the provider definition. Then I ran the type checking command for the Happy Groups app. I explained that the pop state handler now checks a has history entry reference and only acts when a modal history entry is present, so it no longer interferes with normal navigation.
This whole history. Maybe we. not? No. Very shit. Okay, maybe. Not very. Off the bed, off.
Permission requested. Command to check TypeScript errors. What approach would you like to take? Options. 1. Accept the forward entry exists, simplest. 2. Use replace state instead of push state when opening, no history entry at all, but back button won't close modal. 3. Something else.
Seems. Can you see if there's any cleanup need?
Permission requested. Command to check ease lint errors and warnings. Permission requested. Run TypeScript type check command. Permission requested. Command to fix prettier formatting. Permission requested. Command to run final type and lint check.
All right. Sauna on.
I removed the unused close panel destructuring from the group page TypeScript file, ran easelint and TypeScript checks, applied prettier formatting fixes, and verified that the scroll lock still works in the conversation panel and group chat panel components. I then summarized the final implementation, explaining that conversation panel context and group chat panel context now use URL query parameters for state. The panels are responsive with scroll lock. The main entry adds a group chat panel provider and updates the layout, and several obsolete pages and components were deleted, leaving the project with clean type checking and linting.
Probably need a settings group. Not sure how.
Permission requested. Ask users for input on settings navigation, group admin controls, notification types, and settings scope. Permission requested. User input for notification settings and profile account fields.
For group notification settings, should users configure each group individually or have a default that applies to all? Notification. What profiles? The color things. How is it?
Permission requested. User input for profile edit options and app settings configuration.
Should the profile page have an edit profile button? For changing display name, should the profile page have an edit button, inline edit, edit profile? Always shows it. Click edit profile on your profile. Edit button separate. Your profile always shows edit icon. What app settings beyond notifications be in this set? Email and password. Privacy setting. Notification 3. I think notification 3 might need to allow per group overrides too. Yep. Submit.
really dislike that. The page transitions happen when you a modal for the first time and click off of it. Gotta fix that. All these questions that asked me, this is so much stuff. It'll be amazing if it actually does it all. Let me open up another. Clear front-end design. Right now, when a modal is open, we close the modal by going back in the browser history. This works well, but it triggers our slide down CSS. I'd like those not to trigger when we go back from a modal. Oh, frick. When we go back from a modal, we generally are only doing this from the DM chat and the group chat. At happy groups. Okay, got a plan for this. The problem is when a modal is open, it adds a history entry. When the user presses browser back on the close button, which calls window to
Permission
back.
requested. Exit plan mode to implement Happy Group settings functionality.
The server is already running. What did this thing say? Navigation context detects this as a pop state. CSS rule applies. Fixes the track when a modal is closing via pop state and expose that state so the navigation context treats it as a no navigation. Seems like... Oh, wait. Okay.
I edited the navigation context TypeScript file, the conversation panel context TypeScript file, and the group chat panel context TypeScript file to add a modal handling flag and adjust query only navigation
It doesn't
detection.
work.
Then I ran the type check commands for the Happy Groups application and confirmed they passed. I explained that the slide down animation was being triggered by a pop state event when closing modals, and I fixed it by treating query only changes as none navigation and signaling when a modal handles a pop state, so the navigation context skips the back animation.
Okay, what does it think it did? Ring. Query only changed. Now tracks location.search when only the query string changes. The direction is set to none instead of an export function.
animation. If we do this, slide down animation and back. And we see the slide up animation when we click forward to open the modal. Click forward in the browser to bring the modal back. Thanks. One thing that's worth noting is that neither issue seems to happen when there is ready. For example, we click this and we go back, we click this, click off, click loading a bunch because we click this, we go back, this. Ah, it's not refresh. This. Once the modal So if we click the modal the first time, already hit, then we don't see either issue when we press back, closing and then open. This. After that, you see side, move forward, modal again, and then you see this down, we close. Doop, doop. Here. And
Permission requested. Run TypeScript type checking in the happy groups directory.
this issue generally seems to first time and something. Yeah. Profile. Good.
Permission requested. Run TypeScript type checking command. Permission requested. Command to run linting for 60 seconds.
No, you can only run it for 30 seconds. Consent.
Permission requested. Command to fix code formatting with prettier.
The other Claude. What does it think? Problem is the modal context use window.history doesn't sync with React Router never back it thinks no. Empty but or and is empty after from the fix is to use React Router's use navigate and use search param. Yeah, that's what it is.
Permission requested. Command to check modified files with prettier. I updated the conversation panel. Permission requested. Run linting again with PNPM.
Completely broke. Completely.
I identified that conversation panel provider and group chat panel provider were rendered outside the browser router, which caused React router hook errors. I edited the main TypeScript JSX file to move those providers inside the browser router, and then ran a type check command to verify that the changes passed type checking. The issue is now resolved, and the app should work correctly.
I think because some of it's using the React router history modification, and some of it's using the browser directly. Problem. Look at these group settings. The settings, the group in the lower section. To the far right of chat. I don't know about that. Let me stop. So if I put the settings here, the settings would slide up from the either one's pretty. I wonder if the ID should be like a number, or should it be something that you can put yourself?
I wrote new TypeScript files for conversation panel context and group chat panel context, then edited the main TypeScript file to restore the providers to their original positions, and created a new navigation context TypeScript file that only applies slide animations when the path name actually changes. I also ran a type check command to verify that the changes pass type checking. Finally, I explained that the fix simplifies animation handling by skipping direction animations for modal operations that only modify query parameters.
Seems like using the forward button in the browser triggers a slide down animation and content blinks the first time you open a chat and close it. Annoying. The groups should have some kind of ID. Maybe admin. group should have some kind of
I
idea.
edited the navigation context TypeScript JSX file to add an internal history stack and position tracking that checks the new path against the current index, treating a path found before the index as a back navigation, slide down, and after the index as a forward navigation, slide up. I then ran the moon typecheck command to verify that the typecheck passes. This change lets me distinguish browser back and forward butt actions, even though React Router reports both as pop.
Oh, that worked. Down, down. Yeah. This. Down, down. Yeah, I see. It's indexing the history. But if you've already visited the page, then it thinks you're coming back to the page, even if it's been in the history multiple times. Okay. Right. Okay. The group should have some kind of ID. This fix doesn't really work because the item, the URL path, be in both the forward and back history if you've gone there multiple times.
I explained that the best approach is to keep both an internal numeric ID and a customizable slug or handle for groups, outlining the advantages and disadvantages of each, providing a TypeScript type definition with id, handle, and name, and describing URL patterns and handle rules. I also offered to add the handle field, update routing to use handles, and create a group handle setting in the admin interface.
Sure. Maybe it works now. Slide down, 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 down. Multiple forward entries and all of those. Yeah. Oh, now everything's broken. We're going to need to compact. Can you make a plan to continue?
I added a new navigation context TypeScript file at home/JordanGarsite/KiwiResearch/app/happygroups/src/context/navigation context TSX. Then I ran the typecheck command to verify the code compiled. I explained that I added settings types to src/types TypeScript, added a handle string to the group type and all group data, created src/context/user settings context TypeScript JSX with local storage persistence, built src/components/UI/form elements TypeScript JSX with various UI components, created src/components/UI/profile dropdown TypeScript JSX, and integrated it into the header. Built src/pages/settings page TypeScript JSX with all tabs and src/pages/group settings page TypeScript JSX. Updated main TypeScript to use the /g/ handle root pattern, and partially updated the group page to use the handle. Want me to continue with this plan?
Okay. I needed to finish this groups thing. Then I gotta check history. See how it works. History man. Try to paint. Fix. Consistent. Yeah, just a couple more of these. it's changing it so you can create group handles, so you could have like a custom handle for the group, which is until it finishes. Yay. Work again. Nope. Now it's not highlighted.
Permission requested. Run TypeScript type checking command.
The group is no longer highlighted. Oh, that's actually. Maybe it's changing that.
Permission requested. Run TypeScript type checking command.
Minor issue. This time, back and open chat modal, the contents, content. Links for a second. Odd. longer good. Where, Blink happens because the
Permission
direction stays
requested.
still.
Command to check TypeScript errors in navigation context.
Yep. Nope.
I edited the navigation context. Permission requested. Edit layout TSX file. Permission requested. Run TypeScript type checking in the Happy Groups directory. I updated the navigation context TypeScript. Permission requested. Run TypeScript type checking
Okay.
command.
Now direction is computed synchronously.
I edited the mobile drawer TypeScript file to replace the active group id comparison with active group handle, updated layout TypeScript to extract the handle from params, and use get group by handle, and changed sidebar TypeScript to accept active group handle instead of active group id. I then ran TypeScript type checking twice to verify there were no errors. I explained that these changes ensure the group link is highlighted correctly when on a group page.
What is this? Group ID.
Permission requested. Run TypeScript type checking command. I added a group handle state variable and corresponding UI field to the group settings page by editing the TypeScript source file, and then I ran the TypeScript compiler to verify it compiles. I explained that the handle is only visible to the group owner, shows the /g/ prefix, normalizes input to lowercase hyphens, and includes a description that it is used in the group URL.
Let's take a step back. Let's take a step back. What are we? Where are we? Managing browser states. What are our options for doing this in a reliable? Seems like we started use when we tried the chats as a query param, and then we didn't want the CSS animations. CSS run the modal, which we were doing by going we actually didn't plan. And mode on. Doo. We already have. So funny how it comes up with its own plan and it reads its plan. This is a great analysis. Thanks, Claude. Got it, Claude.
Permission requested. Ask user questions about back button UX and modal URLs.
The issue is that if the back button doesn't close the modal, then the background is going to change when they click the back button.
The back button closes the modal question is a common issue in web development. It's often seen in applications that use the browser's back button to navigate between pages, but also have modals that need to be closed when the user clicks the back button. In most cases, the issue arises because the modal is not properly removed from the browser's history when it's opened. This means that when the user clicks the back button, the browser goes back to the previous page, but the modal is still visible. To resolve this issue, you can use a few different approaches. 1. Use a separate history stack for modals. You can create a separate history stack for your modals so that when the user clicks the back button, the browser goes back to the previous page, but the modal is removed from the history stack. 2. Use a flag to track whether the modal is open. You can set a flag when the modal is opened, and then check this flag when the user clicks the back button. If the flag is set, you can close the modal before navigating back to the previous page. 3. Use a library or framework that provides built-in support for modals. Many libraries and frameworks, such as React Router or Angular, provide built-in support for modals and handle the back button issue automatically. Here is an example of how you might implement the second approach using JavaScript and HTML. In JavaScript,
Don't
get the
care
modal and the back
necessarily.
button. Const modal equals document.
Back
Get element by
button
ID modal. Const back button
directly
equals document. Get element by
led
ID
to
back
the
button.
modal.
Set a flag to track whether the modal is open.
But if the
Let
user
modal open
clicks
equals false.
back,
Function to open the
and we
modal.
go to a different
Function open
page,
modal.
then
Modal
we
style
need
display
to
equals
close the
black.
modal.
Modal open equals true. Function to close the modal. Function close modal. Modal style display equals none. Modal open equals false. Add an event listener to the back button.
The requirement is modal opens, closes via UI interactions, not history. If the user navigates to a different page, close any open modals. No need for modal URLs or back.
Permission requested. Exit plan mode.
Let's see if it gets it right this time. Already got peanut butter. What do you want? Come in. Oh. All right. Let me check if the close panel is using. What else needs?
Permission requested. Command to check prettier formatting for happy groups.
You need to fix the slide up, down logic with regards to right now everything is always sliding even when we back but should slide. We had this working before we messed with it all. Nope. Sometimes. Nope. It's not working. Plan mode it is. Think about how we can do these animations simply. Not the overall.
Permission requested. Access front-end design skill.
I'm gonna want tags. But what's kind of annoying with tags is that I add a tags page, then is it just gonna be a list of tags and then you have to click a tag to actually see all the content for the tag? It's kind of like a nested UI, which doesn't feel great.
Permission requested. Exit plan mode.
Let's see what you come up with. The current navigation direction detection is unreliable. Everything slides up, even when clicking the browser back button should slide down. Current navigation context tries to use window to history. Fragile. React Router's internal ID may not be reliable. Timing issues. Simple design. Don't fight the browser. Use React Routers. Use navigation. The only thing I don't like about that. When you're on post, clicking on the group link.
I edited the navigation context TypeScript JSX file, simplifying the direction detection by using React Router's use navigation type directly, removing the unreliable history index check, and the use state for previous path in favor of a ref while preserving the same direction, previous path interface. And then I ran the TypeScript type check to confirm there were no errors.
Up, 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 up. Down, down, down. So, that looks good. Yep. Not perfect. Seems like we don't. Handles. Let me fix here. App slash copy groups. When you're on a post page on the group link, doesn't work. I think it has to do with the image rendering messing up the possibly CSS doesn't know the size of the image before it renders. I mean in the left sidebar, the group link.
I added the use location import to the sidebar TypeScript JSX component and updated the onClick handler to compare the current path name with the group's main page path, ensuring the navigation logic only scrolls to the top when on the exact group page. This fixes the problem where the sidebar treated subpages like posts as the active group and prevented navigation.
Good. Flash front end. Not sure how we're going to do tags yet. But I do know we're going to want to see the tags on the groups page.
I edited the photo post page TypeScript file to add a will change property for the container and adjust the image wrapper styling. Then I ran the TypeScript type check for the HappyGroups app. I asked you to test the slide up animation and check in the developer tools whether the main element has data nav direction set to forward and whether the CSS animation is applied to the page animate element.
Yep. I'm not sure how we're going to do tags yet, but I do know we're going to want to see the tags. The groups page. So we're probably going to want link like there, and let's, what's the word? And let's mock out. The idea is that you can tag any type of post, and then all of those posts would show up for that tag. I guess that means we need /g handle /tags as well as /g/handle/tag/tag. What do you think? Not a huge fan of the fact you would have to select tags, then select another tag, select a specific tag on that page, and then you can actually click on the posts area you're interested in. I'm not sure any other scan mode. Let's see what you got. So then we could have tags. You would have a list of tags. You would click on a tag, and then basically when you clicked on a tag, you'd be in a feed view. Yeah, I think you would have tags, and then once you had clicked on a tag, it would become a second. Yeah, I should have said that. I think it would become a second row. Or it wouldn't be a second row, but it'd be like a heading for that tag, and then it would just be posts below it. It'd be cool to keep the share thing when you were on a tag, so you could just share directly to that tag without having to like tag it yourself. It would auto tag the post. That's kind of interesting. What are you whining about? What are you whining about? I'm gonna go take her out while this plan. 5.
Permission requested. Ask user for placement of tag filter bar.
they come up with? Did the music stop? Yep, always does. Okay, the tag filter bar. What is the tag filter bar? Yep. I don't know what the compose box is. Explain to me what the compose box is.
I'd like to clarify the text by removing markdown formatting and code blocks, expanding abbreviated units, and expanding file extensions to full name. Should the tag filter pills go above this compose area, or below it, directly above the posts?
Oh, I see. On the feed tab where the users can create posts. It has a user avatar. So you're saying we wouldn't have a tab page? Tag page? Right. We wouldn't. Correct.
I explained that the tag filter can work directly on the group's feed tab using a query parameter, which keeps everything on one page and provides the fastest, single-click experience, though it limits space for tag metadata. I also offer the alternative of keeping a dedicated tag page to show a tag hero, description, and related tags, and asked which approach you prefer.
So you could just put a filter bar above this input. I feel like that's going to make this pretty cluttered. And also, how do you find tags? You'd have to search for tags. I guess you click it and it would like give you tag options, but you wouldn't have a place to just see tags and how many posts there are in each tag. In my recommendation, there's no separate tag page. The filtering happens in place on the group's feed. Instead of /tags, same group page, feed filter domain. No. Filter in place, fastest one click to content. Dedicated tag page. I think. What do I think? What do I think? We should have a tags page and then also a separate tag page. Tag filtering just feels like a lot on the feed page, and I don't even know that most people would want to use tags. So it's a lot to add to the homepage before you even know if people would want it. Especially for small groups, it's a lot of noise. If you're not using tags for much. I think tags should be its own page. And then so the thing with the filtering is also that you could select multiple tags. So you could see content that had multiple tags that matched. Whereas if you make like a specific tag page, you can only filter down to one tag. I think that might be okay. I think it's maybe a little overthinking a little bit to let you filter 2 tags. I kind of think of them like albums, but instead of just photos, they're for all types of post content. I think tag should be its own page, and also tag. The tag page should probably look like it's part of the tags selector in the group page, and then display some kind of nicely formatted title below. Maybe something like back. That makes sense. So the flow would
Should the
be
tags page show the tags as a grid of cards with descriptions counts, or just the same row of pills that appears on the tag page?
No, I really don't know if it should be pills. I don't like pills. I don't really like pills. I feel like it should be hashtags. Even if we end up making it a different part of the UI, the input, than the main post, I think we would still render them as tag. I think the tags should display I don't think the tags should display as a grid, because I think we'll want to allow sorting by most recent, most, both. Maybe something, maybe.
I explained the 3 design options for the individual tag page, describing a horizontal scrollable row of all hashtags with the current one highlighted, a simple title with a back to all tags link, and a possible hybrid approach. I recommended using the scrollable row to enable quick navigation while still providing a backlink, and noted the trade-offs of each option.
tag page should just show the current tag as the title with the back. Another tag. We need comments on events.
Permission requested. Exit plan mode.
This is going to use the same amount of tokens. We're at 37%. I think we're going to go to like 70% probably. Be 60. Gonna be a lot. It's gonna take such a long time to implement all these features. So like it's a day and a half, I guess a day and a half to get to here for the UI design. I would guess even if I rushed, it would take a month or two to implement all of this. And the thing too is like with this UI design, it's breaking so much stuff now because the project's too big and it needs a lot of organization. It's not really capable of doing that organization unless I guide it through doing that. So it's even worse once you get to the back end. Like all of that stuff has to be tested and things go so much slower once you actually start having to implement these tests, make sure it's not breaking those tests as you're implementing the features. Here I can just break stuff because who cares? None of it's used yet. I can try to have it fix it. It's not a big deal. But as soon as this stuff is actually integrated into real systems, you have to go so much slower. That's why I'm really kind of pushing to get all these features in here so I can see them, I can think about them, and I can think about how important they are. And
whether I need to do them or not, and whatever, because each one takes a lot of time, especially chat. It's funny because I did a similar thing to this when I was in college. I guess, let's see how many years ago. 12 years ago, 13 years ago or something. And I like did this exact same thing where I built everything, chat, and all this crazy stuff, and then no one used it. So I'm very hesitant to like build out all the features before you know if anyone wants to use the thing yet. What happened here? Oh, tags is like its own. Why? How did it do this? Why did it do that? It made tags have its own navigation group here instead of just using the same component. I mean, all the icons disappeared. Why? Weird. We'll see. It's adding tags to all the test data now, which uses a bunch of tokens because the test data is pretty big. We were at 38%, 41. Still just adding tags. Does it think it's done? Oh, I guess so. Yeah, this isn't designed very well. Did I use front-end design? I guess I did, but then it compacted, so I lost front-end design. Fuck. Front-end design. Can you improve the UI for tags? Both the pages and the cards. Also, when you're on the tags page, all the icons disappear from feed, events, photos, chat, invite, etc. Is the tags, and tag pages. Are the tags not using the same component there? Their group pages? Mistake, not using front-end design to, again after the compaction. I used it for the plan, and I needed to use it again after it compacted once I had the plan. No, I understand the full picture. Ones are white space instead of a mode. There we go.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't better. This is just... I did pills. Fine. That's what I want. This design. I don't want pills for the tags. I think they should probably be on the right side of the post. So probably be right aligned. Post the tags page. Each tag should be cleaner, simpler. Like this, box stuff. Probably no orange either. What does sort look like up here? Sorting didn't have a background, and I don't think it needs to say sort either. We go look at the home feed for design on that. And then for the tag page, all tags, and just a simple tag with no. They should be flat page because they're not those. Over-designed. Events themselves should be posts too. Oh, everything's a post. Yeah, so you'll post when you want to create an event, And then you have the events page where you can see all of the events. You don't need to tag things. You don't need to tag things and say they're events. You don't need to tag things and say they're a photo. It's just a type of post. When you create that type of post, it'll show up in the events feed, or it'll show up in the photos feed. Then separately, if you add tags to those things, then those posts will show up there. Yeah, this is better. Better. It needs a little bit of work. It's just a lot there. We should shift popular to the right. We should swap popular with trending and implement a time selector for top. It's funny how people think that stuff will just do everything for you. And like, I mean, it's just not true. It'll do something for you. It'll not be very good. But yeah, the amount of like input I have to give it, because there's just no judgment as to what's good or not. And like, obviously you could train a model on only things that are good and say, this is what's good. But that's basically putting judgment in. I listened to a podcast or watched a... Up, where are you going? Up. Up. It's the cat's food. I listened to a podcast, watched a video, and yeah, what the guy was saying is that they're basically multiplying machines. So that's kind of the thing, right? Is like, if I make something nice, like if you wanted to copy this design now, it'd be very trivial to copy the design. That's kind of the thing that sucks a little bit about it, is that like you make anything good, I mean, and potentially another company can just steal it much faster than they used to be able to. At the same time though, like that may be true, but then you look at Claude Code, and Claude Code's pretty terrible compared to open code. So even though you can copy, there's just all these reasons that companies don't end up copying very effectively. I think because you just have PMs and stuff, and obviously they don't want to get sued. But yeah, I mean, like, I don't know why Claude Code doesn't just steal the features from open code. It seems like that would be the obvious thing to do. But probably, you know, they have a lot of debt. They can't just tell the model to copy it at this point. They would have to start over again. And if you start over, you know, can you support all the features that you had supported before and stuff like that? Like a big part of the design.
JSX file to replace the popular sort option with trending, added a top sort option with a time range selector, updated the sorting logic and UI components, and then ran the type check and lint fix commands to ensure the code passes. I explained that the tags feature now includes recent, trending, and top sorting with a selectable time range, and that the UI has been simplified with plain text tags and consistent tab style controls.
So like, you know, you could just copy this design, but let's say your Facebook or something, your whole setup is not designed like this, right? All your database structures and stuff like that. So it's not like you can just take your existing setup and make it work for that. Facebook would probably be the best at being able to do it, because they would just use what they needed and hack something together. It wouldn't integrate very well with their stuff, which is kind of the downside of most of Facebook stuff. But yeah, I mean, that's how you would do it if you wanted to do it. You'd have to just give up nice stuff that works. Integrates with your other stuff. But you have such a big advantage when you do that if you're Facebook, because you have all those users, right? So when you create threads, you make it trivial for your users to use I mean, Facebook probably even just signs people up for it. Okay. This works. I'd like to make this a little bit nicer. We don't keep the sort order when we go back from one of the tags. Probably gotta be a query param. If you do it as a query param, then you can send it to the server, and you can yeah, I mean, I don't even know if it matters with these single page apps, but you can send it to the server and fetch, if you had a ton of tags, you can fetch all this data and sort it and whatever you need to do.
Edited the TypeScript JSX file home /Jordan Garside /Kiwi Research /Kiwi /app /happy groups /src /pages /tags page TSX, updating the imports to include use search params and replacing the local state with URL search parameters for sort and range. I then ran the typecheck command with moon run kiwi typecheck and reviewed the final output. I explained that the sort
All
order is now stored
tags
in the URL.
doesn't
For example,
need to go back.
/Steinhaus/tags sort
It
equals top
just
and range
links
equals weak. So it
the
persists when
tags
navigating
page.
back from a tag page.
So you don't hit the query params. I don't know that it should necessarily just go back, because if you somehow, if you got to a tag page from somewhere else, then it would take you back instead of. There's already another way to get to all tags, which is just press tags. But I do think not everyone would think to do that. Maybe we should just get rid of the all tags, because there's the tags button already that would take you there. But either way, I think a user would expect those settings, those to persist when you click all tags or the tags. We're going to run out of context, so can you make a plan? And we'll go ahead. Okay. Carpal tunnel.
Permission requested. Exit plan mode.
What is this plan? We've already done this. We've already done all of this. Again, I gotta ask Brennan.
I wrote a markdown file at home/jordangarside/kiwi-research/kiwi/plan. MD, then read it to confirm its contents, and finally updated the same markdown file with a clearer plan. I explained that the fix involves removing the all tags backlink from the tag page and adding session storage persistence on the tags page so that sort preferences are saved and restored when navigating between pages. I explained the trade-offs between using query parameters and session storage for sorting tags, noting that query parameters enable shareable URLs and browser navigation, while session storage keeps URLs clean and the code simpler. And I recommended using session storage only for a social app. Want me to update the plan to drop query params entirely and just use session storage? I wrote a plan file at home/jordangarside/kiwi-research/kiwi/plan. MD that described the problem with the all tags, link, not preserving sort state, and outlined a solution to use session storage with clean URLs, and noted that the plan is ready to be compacted and implemented.
Gotta get off in 20 minutes. Get on too much. Get on. Hours? With these tags. There was something I was thinking about with. Oh, that would be the other really nice thing to do. Would be to make the event posts.
I edited tag page TypeScript JSX to replace the backlink comment with a tag title comment. I updated tags page TypeScript JSX to swap the query parameter hook for use state, adjust the imports and type definitions. I ran the type check command which passed, and I removed the plan markdown file. The changes eliminate the backlink, store sort preferences in session storage, and keep URLs clean.
Great. The padding is all weird and the shifting around is all weird. I think there's a little bit too much padding here. It's okay. Here there's too much padding. Much white space. Okay, now. So one thing I noticed is that we have but I realized our events are not posts themselves. We haven't have a low post image. Event. Main thing is also that events themselves post, so when they're created, they show up feed, and people can comment, art, then those like photo post photo, which means don't really events tag. Photos tag be more used tags